Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our distinguished guests to the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
Thank you. You may now be seated.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
I am Nabil Hassan.
And I'm Sandhuni Wanasinghe.
And we are honored to be your host for today's inaugural ceremony.
Today, APIIT Sri Lanka is proud to host the national finals of one of the world's most respected student social entrepreneurship platforms, the Hult Prize.
The Hult Prize challenges young people to think beyond ideas and build ventures that can create real social impact. It is a platform where business, innovation, and purpose come together.
This year, as Sri Lanka takes part in the Hult Prize for the second consecutive year, we gather to celebrate the courage, creativity, and ambition of student entrepreneurs from universities across the country.
We are honored to have with us today distinguished guests from government, officials from the Hult Prize Foundation, leaders from industry, professionals from the entrepreneurial ecosystem, judges, mentors, and university communities who believe in the power of young people to shape the future.
Before we proceed, may we kindly draw your attention to a few house rules. As this venue is a training academy, there is a strict no smoking policy inside the building as well as within the compound. In the unlikely event of an emergency, please note that the emergency exits are located to your right. We kindly request all guests to follow the guidance of the event team if required.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the inaugural ceremony of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026. To commence today's proceedings, may I kindly invite all of you to rise for the national anthem of Sri Lanka.
Thank you. Please remain standing as we will now proceed with the traditional lighting of the oil lamp, a symbol of wisdom, hope, and new beginnings.
May I kindly invite the following distinguished guests to join us for the lighting of the oil lamp. Honorable Engineer Eranga Weeraratna, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Digital Economy.
Honorable Chaturanga Abesinghe, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development.
Mr. Waruna Sri Dhanapala, Secretary to the Ministry of Digital Economy.
Mr. Hamdi Ben El Elmi, Senior Director of Programs, Hult Prize Foundation.
Ms. Supriya Jangre, Regional Manager for Central and South Asia, Hult Prize Foundation.
Mr. Bandula Egodage, Chairman of APIIT.
Mr. Taviru Hettiarachi, National Coordinator, Hult Prize Sri Lanka.
Dr. Hasali Pereira, Head of APIIT Business School.
Ms. Chaminda De Silva, Executive Director of SLASCOM.
Mr. Sasanka Dias, Marketing and Branding Consultant, Grand Space.
Ms. Himashi Dimel, Senior Lecturer and Faculty Advisor for Hult Prize at APIIT.
Mr. Mukhtar Riaz, Chairperson of Hult Prize APIIT.
Ms. Sudisha Fonseca, Co-Chair of Hult Prize APIIT.
Dr. Sankalpa Gambarige, Managing Director of Nagaro, to represent the distinguished panel of judges,
and one student from a participating team.
Our welcome address this afternoon will be delivered by the chairman of APIIT, Mr. Bandula Egodage.
Mr. Egodage? I beg your pardon. Mr. Egodage has been instrumental in shaping APIIT's commitment to a higher education that is purposeful, industry relevant, and focused on developing young people who can contribute meaningfully to the society.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Mr. Bandula Egodage, Chairman of APIIT.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I'm deeply honored and APIIT is privileged to host Grand Finals of Hult Prize Sri Lanka, the world's largest student social entrepreneurship competition, known as biggest pitching competition, or maybe known as Nobel Prize for Students. It shows the importance and the real scale of this event. So you, all of you and me, everybody is basically today participating to that nature high-scale event. As we know that business and social impact has very strong bond and connectivity. Also, it goes hand in hand. I'm told that this competition is revolving on that as a main factor. Let me talk about the APIIT perspective because many speeches are lined up. I'm not going to talk about objectives or anything. I don't want to have any repeat sessions. So therefore, I'm talking about the APIIT aspect immediately within 1 or 2 minutes. APIIT believes that education should go beyond the classroom. APIIT values on innovation, industry relevance, practical exposure, student growth. APIIT prepare students not only for jobs, but also for leadership, innovation, responsibility, and meaningful contribution for the society. Considering those factors, I believe that APIIT has full credentials to host this prestigious event. In fact, I'm supposed to do the corporate welcome address. Let me do that protocol now onwards. Very warmly welcome Honorable two Deputy Ministers of representing Sri Lankan government with their relevance to the topic, to the activity, to the event, and to the government. So Honorable Deputy Minister Eranga Weeraratne, in fact, his ministry endorsed this prestigious event, and he is here. And Honorable Deputy Minister Chaturanga Abesinghe, not a stranger for APIIT. And in terms of entrepreneurship, run from the industry ministry perspective, he is here with us. A huge encouragement, and also it's a huge endorsement from the Sri Lankan government, being a national event for the Hult Prize. Sir, in spite of your busy schedule, being here, I know that a lot of commitments there, but for the benefits to all the student fraternity and also for the industry, you are here. Very warmly welcome, both of you, with highest respect. Not forgetting Mr. Warno Dhanapala, Secretary to the Line Ministry. Mr. Hamdi Ben Ilil Almi, sorry for my wrong pronunciation, Senior Program Director HALS. And also Supriya Jangri, Regional Manager HALS Prize. Mr. Taviru Ettiarachi, National Director HALS Prize, Sri Lanka. Both of you are the owners of the Hult Prize, basically, if I'm not mistaken. So we are working together. We are privileged to have that your presence. Very warmly welcome. Taviru, sorry for the pressured nights and evenings and meetings what we had, but all for the betterment of the prize. I think you are witnessing the scale and also the implementation of that event. This is what basically our team's expectation. I'm sure you will agree that all the hard work that you are doing and several meetings and logistics and discussions and point-to-point discussion is pay the results, right? I'm sure this is how it works with APIIT especially. My SLASCOM and Grand Space friends, I don't want to mention names, very warmly welcome. Prestigious judges, I should say prestigious judges, it is not the normal judges. You are basically putting your all the professionalism into this judgment, because for you all the students are same. It is a tough call, I know for sure, but these guys are the future industry up for this country or maybe other countries. So therefore, thank you for being with us, all the judges. Backbone of this this event, Dr. Hasuli Pereira, Himashi Dimel, Mukta, Sudisha, and APIIT team. You guys, I'm saying, allow me to say, just a start, just a beginning, but allow me to say, congratulations for job well done, because I'm not coming to stage again. It's a welcome speech, but I have all the privilege to say, all my team guys, you have done a wonderful, marvelous job. The moment you enter it, that you can feel it. I hope everything will go smoothly as planned. So thank you for that. And all participating universities, I have not forgotten everybody. It's not only for APIIT, it's basically the national event. We very warmly welcome all participating university students and their professors. And many professors are here, many CEOs are here. I don't have any time frame or time span to mention all the names. So all are welcome here. So it's a great honor to welcome you here at this moment. Good times, bad times, all the time. My media friends, all are here, your presence. Thank you for your presence as also, because I'm not coming to thank you again. Not forgetting Chief Academic Officer and Head of the schools and my total APIIT colleagues, very warmly welcome. I know I'm not alone all the time. I have a privilege to having such a nice team surround me. Warmly welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. The Hult Prize is more than a competition. It is a global movement that encourages students to use entrepreneurship as a force for good.
To bring us the global perspective of this movement, we are honored to hear from Mr. Hamdi Ben El Elmi from the Hult Prize Foundation. Mr. Hamdi serves as the Senior Director of Programs at the Hult Prize Foundation. He plays a key role in supporting the global program that empowers student entrepreneurs across the world. Through his work with the Hult Prize, he contributes to building pathways for young people to develop ventures that address real social and environmental challenges.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Mr. Hamdi Ben El Elmi.
Hello, Sri Lanka. How are we feeling today? Okay, we're gonna do that again. We have a lot of cameras in the room. We have over 10 nationals happening across the world. And when they see the videos, I want them to know how amazing the community in Sri Lanka is, okay? So I'm gonna ask you that question again, and I wanna see a reaction that is worthy of sharing with our global community. Do we agree on that? Okay. How are we doing today, Sri Lanka? We're getting there. We're going to do it one last time. This time, remember, you're talking to people from Mexico, Indonesia, Malaysia, Africa, all over the world, okay? So I want you to show them the true vibe in Sri Lanka that I'm experiencing here. I still can't feel it yet through the cameras. I'm going to ask you again, how are we doing today, Sri Lanka? There we go. I am honored and humbled to be with all of you here today. APIIT, thank you for hosting us. Ministers, thank you for supporting us. Organizers, thank you for making this happen. Founders, thank you for making Hult Prize real. I want you to raise your hand high if you're a founder competing at the Hult Prize Nationals today. Raise your hand high so people in the room can actually see it. Nice. Today, my address is for you. The world does not change because someone in a boardroom, someone like me, decides it should change one day. The world changes because someone sees a problem, feels it deeply, and becomes stubborn enough to do something about it. That someone is you. And today, we are here to celebrate you. I'm Hamdi. I work with the Hult Prize. I'm privileged and honored to work with tens of thousands of entrepreneurs, student founders from all over the world each year. My focus is mainly on our global accelerator programs, where we help founders go from idea to impact in a couple of weeks. I have been with the Hult Prize for over 12 years now. And people ask me, why? Why have you been with the same organization for that long? And my answer is simple. It's moments like this. Being in the same room with founders, students, universities, judges, mentors, government representatives, organizers, people who believe that business can serve people. People who believe that businesses can serve the planet. It is for a moment like this, flying all the way from Tunisia, a beautiful country in North Africa, to be in Colombo with all of you, meeting Sri Lankan entrepreneurs, hearing ideas that I would have never heard of if I stayed behind a desk or in a boardroom in our headquarters in Boston. That is the reason why I do this work. And throughout this journey, throughout 12 years, I learned many things about entrepreneurship. Today, I want to share 3 lessons I learned, or 3 things that I believe would resonate with you as founders today. Things that I've seen entrepreneurs from all over the world do again and again and again. The first lesson that I want to share is that great entrepreneurs do not start with solutions. They start with real pain. They start with problems they have lived. They start with problems their communities carries every single day. At Hult Prize, we see that globally. 86% of our Hult Prize entrepreneurs are working on solving problems they have experienced personally or have someone they care deeply about experience. 86%. That matters. Because when you have lived the problem, you do not treat it as a case study, you treat it as a responsibility. You understand the small details, you understand what people say in public and what people suffer through in silence. You understand why the problem has not been solved, and here in Sri Lanka, in you as founders, we see that too. Many of you are not here today because of the prize money, the $1 million that we give away to one startup each year. Many of you are not here for the sake of travel opportunities or a title of being a national champion. Many of you are here because you want to solve a real community problem. That's what 40% of entrepreneurs from 300 plus startups from Sri Lanka said they're here to do with the Hult Prize. They're here to solve a community problem that they have lived. That is a serious thing. That is a representation of not what entrepreneurship, not just what entrepreneurship is about, but what leadership is about. Because the best founders who are not always the ones with the loudest pitch, they are often the ones closest to the problems. So my first message to all of you today, founders, is do not fall in love with the solutions you're presenting. Do not fall in love with your slides. Do not fall in love with your pitch. Do not fall in love with the competition. Fall in love with the people that you're trying to serve, because they are the reason your companies exist. The second lesson that I want to share with all of you that I learned is that young people do not lack ideas. They lack platforms. You have the energy, you have the urgency, you have the confidence, you have the imagination. You see problems that older generations might have accepted as normal, and sometimes all you need to change them is an open door. Globally in Hult Prize, more than 85% of our participants are between the age of 18 and 24. 100% of them are still university students, and most of them are still trying to figure life out. And that is exactly the point. You do not have to have figured life out. You just need to start. Globally in Hult Prize, less than 7% of our participants, we're talking about 18,000 startups, over 250,000 participants enter the Hult Prize each year. Less than 7% of them come to the competition with a product or a service that is in the market. In Sri Lanka alone, 71% of our participants enter the competition with just an idea or a simple prototype to support the idea. 71% come with an idea. A rough idea, a messy idea, sometimes a crazy or a risky idea. That's what Hult Prize is proud to support, helping people test their ideas. We're looking for people with courage to begin and start. So, if your idea is still early, do not be ashamed of that. If your business model is not perfect, good. If you change your pitch 10 times before coming here today, good. If you change your pitch 2 times today, great. If you've received feedback today from judges, mentors, experts that made you rethink everything that you've been doing, even better. That means you're learning, that means you're building, that means you are in the process. So my second message to you today is use this global platform that you have. Use the judges in the room, the government representatives, the universities, everyone that is here to support you. Use the platform. Do not leave today only knowing whether you advance or not. Leave today knowing what you will do next. The third and the last lesson that I learned that I want to share with you today is local problems need global communities. Many of the best ideas start locally. They start in one city, one campus, one village, one family, one moment where someone says, this is not how it's supposed to be. But for those ideas to grow, founders like yourselves need community. They need people who challenge them. They need people who open doors for them, people who see what they're building before the rest of the world understands it. That is what makes Hult Prize powerful. You are not only part of a national competition here today, you are part of a global movement, a movement of student founders across countries, cultures, backgrounds. I want you to look around the room for a second. Seriously, look around. Look at your teammates. Look at the other teams. I want you to lock eyes with someone you don't know in this room. I see you looking at me. I don't want you to look at me. Look at people in the room. There you go. Look at the judges, the government representatives that we have here today, our friends at APIIT, our organizers. There are thousands of Hult Prize rooms just like this one all over the world. And these rooms are proof that you are not alone. You are surrounded by people who care. You are surrounded by people who build, people who believe that young founders from Sri Lanka and beyond deserve to be seen, heard, challenged, and supported. So, do not treat today as a competition. Treat it as a network. Make a friend. Meet another founder. Talk to someone you don't know. The person sitting near you could be your next co-founder, your next investor, your next mentor, your next partner, or simply someone who reminds you on a very hard day to keep going. Now, in a few minutes, 6 teams will be announced as finalists. For those 6 teams, I want to say this. When your name is called, walk to the stage with confidence and pride. Not arrogance, pride. Because you've worked so hard for that moment, you earned the right to be on the stage, you carried your idea this far, you now have the chance to speak, not only for your team, but for your university and for the communities you're representing through your business. Pitch with clarity, with courage, and with heart. Do not try to impress people. Tell us why we should care about the problem, and tell us why the solution you're presenting to the problem deserves a chance to keep going. For those teams whose names will not be called, I want you to hear this clearly, very clearly. That's going to be most of you today. This is not the end of your journey. The judges today made one decision of 6 finalists. They will make one decision of 1 winner. That is one decision. One decision in 1 day, in 1 competition. One decision in 1 day, in 1 competition. That is all. It does not decide the value of your idea. It does not decide your potential as a founder. It does not decide the future of your company. Only you decide that. Some of the strongest founders I have personally met did not win from the first time. Some did not even pass early rounds. Some were told that their ideas were not ready, and maybe they were not ready yet. That's the key word, yet. Not ready yet does not mean not possible. Not ready yet doesn't mean not capable. Not winning does not mean not worthy. Take the feedback, take the lessons, take the relationships, and keep building, because Sri Lanka does not need only 6 finalists today. The world doesn't need only 6 finalists today. They need all of you. They need your ideas, your energy, your craziness, and your refusal to accept things as they are. Before we continue this afternoon, I want you to remember this moment. I want you to remember some of the lessons that I shared, and I want you to remember some of the words that Steve Jobs said. Here's to the crazy ones, the misfits, the roubles, the troublemakers, the round pegs in the square holes, the ones who sees things differently. They're not fond of the rules, and they have no respect for the status quo. You can quote them, disagree with them, glorify or vilify them, but the only thing you cannot do is ignore them, because they change things. They push the human race forward. And while some may see them as the crazy ones, we see genius, because the people who are crazy enough to think they can change the world are the ones who actually do. So, here's to you, the crazy ones. Here's to you, changing the world one pitch at a time. Good luck today, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamdi, for reminding us that the ideas presented here today are a part of a much larger global movement. We now continue with another important voice from the Hult Prize Global Network.
While the Hult Prize is global in scale, its strength lies in how it connects with regions, countries, universities, and students in very meaningful ways.
It is now our pleasure to welcome Ms. Supriya Jangre from the Hult Prize Foundation. Ms. Supriya serves as the Regional Manager for Central and South Asia at the Hult Prize. She supports the growth and coordination of the Hult Prize movement across the region, working with national teams, campus leaders, and student entrepreneurs to strengthen youth-led social entrepreneurship.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming Ms. Supriya Jangre.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 2026 Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals. Firstly, congratulations to every startup in this room. You're selected from a pool of 17,000 applications this year, and I think that's an achievement in itself. I am Supriya Jangre. I'm the Regional Manager for Central and South Asia at the Hult Prize Foundation, and I could not be more excited to be here today. I started my journey with Hult Prize 5 years ago, and truly it's been 6 life-changing years. So thank you so much to every entrepreneur in this room for not just inspiring me, but all of us at Hult Prize to do what we do. The Hult Prize was founded by Bertil Hult, and I want to also take a moment to thank him for founding Hult Prize Education First and the Hult International Business School, and of course our partners Education First. So at the Hult Prize, we're on a mission of changing the world through social enterprise. We do that by inspiring students like you from all around the globe to tackle the world's largest issues through innovation and change. And Central and South Asia is a region where I've had the chance to witness young leaders coming together, transcending borders and prejudices. For the 5th consecutive years, the largest number of startups that participate in the Hult Prize Foundation come from this region: India, Pakistan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. Tens of thousands of students have participated, and over 5,000 volunteers have hosted thousands of Hult Prize activities. And I'm so excited to be here today. We are in our 17th year of the Hult Prize, and we've received the best turnout that we have this year. In 2026, we had 17,000 startups participating from more than 130 countries this year. Today, as we speak, at the final ceremony of the Sri Lanka Nationals, we have 8 other nationals that are doing the same thing in Germany, in Japan, Mexico City, Indonesia, to name a few. And in Sri Lanka this year, we've had more than 300 startups that participated. So each of you should be very proud of yourself. You've already passed almost 300 startups to secure a spot in this room. And of course, none of this could be possible without the support of our hosts. So thank you so much, APIIT Sri Lanka, for putting together this event and for all your support. Thank you to Dr. Bandula and Mr. Gamindu. And of course, thank you to Dr. Hasuli for putting together this. I'd also like to thank our national coordinator, Thaviru, and his team for helping us build this platform that represents the incredible energy and innovation of Sri Lanka. I also want to thank Hamdi for finally coming to Asia and seeing the power of entrepreneurs of South Asia. Good luck to all the finalists that are pitching today, to all the startups. While only one team will be winning today, I hope you all go back, but nothing with smile on your face for being a part of the solution and not the problem. Thank you for having me, and good luck to all the startups.
Thank you, Ms. Supriya, for sharing the regional perspective and for your continued support towards strengthening the Hult Prize movement in this part of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now heard about the global and regional spirit of the Hult Prize.
To understand the scale, journey, and impact of this movement more closely, we will now invite your attention to a short video on the Hult Prize program.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen.
Every year, university students from countries all over the world gather for a chance to change it. 100,000 student entrepreneurs, 120 countries, $1 million prize, 15,000 startups, with the potential to affect every single one of us. In times that can feel disconnected, these student entrepreneurs connect. In moments when we feel uninspired, these student entrepreneurs inspire. When we fumble for the future, these student entrepreneurs help us step forward.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and yeah, have made lifelong friends, and I didn't expect it to be so collaborative.
On a professional level, it would really help to take our business to the next level.
Food waste is considered to be a sin, so we're taught culturally that we should not waste food, and how we can make beer from bread.
We will be able to help people embrace periods and be more when it comes to sharing about their experiences and helping out the culture.
We have a clear vision what we want to achieve. Going to the global finals will give us a platform to share that vision and drag along people that believe in the same vision that we do, which is to bring clean drinking water to those that really need it.
I'm really, really honored that I got a chance to present my country, my university, and that is something amazing.
When we go back to where we come from, we really wanted to express that gratitude, and also we want to express that feeling to the crowd. So thank you. Thank you, Hult Prize.
Optimism isn't just alive here today, it's hard at work on tomorrow. This is Hult Prize.
The global Hult Prize movement comes alive in each country through the commitment and leadership of national teams who bring universities, students, mentors, judges, and partners together.
To share the story of Hult Prize journey in Sri Lanka, it is now our pleasure to welcome Mr. Taviru Hettiarachchi, National Director of Hult Prize Sri Lanka.
Apologies, ladies and gentlemen, since Honorable Eranga Veeraratna is in a rush to leave, it is of great honor for us to welcome our very first keynote speaker of this evening, Honorable Eranga Veeraratna.
Sorry about it, to change the lineup. Honorable Chaturanga Abesinghe, Deputy Minister of Industries and Entrepreneurship Development, Mr. Varunasri Dhanapala, the Secretary of Ministry of Digital Economy, and the delegation from Hult Prize, Mr. Hamdi Ben Ilmi, and Ms. Supriya Jagre, and also the Chairman of APIIT, Mr. Bandule Egodoge. Ladies and gentlemen, all the participants for the Hult Prize, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. It's a privilege and honor for me to be here in this Hult Prize because we understand it's a global event and a great platform for Sri Lankan innovators and the entrepreneurs to compete and as well as get the recognition in the world level competition. And in Sri Lanka, we also want to have many platforms like this, and we want to support Hult Prize to take it much further in getting realization of our young entrepreneurs who wants to build something being in Sri Lanka. And this government is putting much emphasis on the digitalization, and as a country, we are in a pivotal point in time in digitalization journey. So there are three main pillars that we are looking at, which are more applicable to the crowd gathered here. One is we are looking at government digitalization, because we see for the fast development of the country, the digitalization of the government is much needed. And when I say the government, it is the digitalization of the national platforms such as Digital ID, National Digital Exchange, National Data Exchange, and also the payment platforms and so on. So in those horizontal DPI platforms, digital public infrastructure platforms, we want all the private sector enterprises to come and develop applications, vertical applications on top of that. And we want our startups, our entrepreneurs, and the other enterprises who are in this particular field to develop innovative applications on top of that. And for that, the government is going to support. And for that, we are going to change even our policies for you guys to come on board in the digitalization journey. One key change that we are going to do is the change of the procurement policy, because the current procurement policy in the country is not suitable or it's not favorable to give facility for the startups to come on board and deliver a government level digitalization. For that, we are in the process of changing or bringing a new national procurement guideline, and that's in the final stage. And soon after that, we are going to have discussions with the National Procurement Commission and get it through, so that innovators like you will be able to provide new solutions for government digitalization. And that is much needed, because what we are looking at is not just traditional solutions, but we want innovative solutions coming to the government. And that can be done only by the people who are thinking out of the box, innovators who are taking risks and getting something developed. And also, Hult Prize, like platforms, allow you to not just confine your solution or the business to Sri Lanka. We want to think at the global stage. We want to think at the global scale. So therefore, getting the exposure and advice and also getting challenged by all these international competitors is something that we should cherish. And that is needed for our community also to think at that level, not just look at the current market in Sri Lanka. We are being neighbor to many large countries in the region. So we should look at all this international exposure that we can achieve. And to support all the startups, our government is bringing various new programs. One is about the procurement guideline change. And the second one is about the fund of funds. Now in Sri Lanka, all this time, there were a few angel investors and small-scale venture capitalists. we haven't really built the venture capitalist or the investment ecosystem in the country to look at the innovations or the value of the virtual asset or the IP and then provide investments. So to break that boundary, we are going to, by the government, we are going to establish fund of funds, which is by the contribution, seed capital contribution by the government. We have already allocated the $5 million from this year's budget to establish that. And to do that, we also have to change certain policy guidelines in the country because the current organization or the company registration is not supporting the fund of fund kind of funds to be established in the country. Therefore, we had to get the right policies in to the country, which is also at the final stage in the finalization of the framework as well as the regulatory body. And once that is done, we will be establishing a national level platform for investments. Because most of our young entrepreneurs going out of the country by brain drain as well as enterprise drain and establishing the very valuable asset, intellectual asset, and taking them out of the country, seeking either capital or the market. So to handle both, funding is much needed. At the same time, we have to establish Sri Lanka as a new regional leader in terms of knowledge-based solutions. So in order to address that also, like we are now currently going on a strategic and roadmap development with the help of World Bank to come up with a strategy as well as the industry assessment to take this digital industry to the next level. When we were coming to the power, there were about $1.5 billion worth of foreign revenue generating digital industry, which has grown to about $2 billion now, and our target is to reach $5 billion in next 3 years. To achieve that, we have to change our mindset from the traditional outsource-based company mindset to more research and development, intellectual property, as well as high-skilled, high-quality knowledge economy. And for that, we have to, of course, build our third pillar, which is about the human capital. For that, we are again, from the government, going to invest on establishing various research and development centers in the country and open it out to all the universities as well as school-level researchers and individuals and startups to play and create a sandbox on their own for the research and development. So there's a huge plan by the government to support all these youngsters to establish here in Sri Lanka and scale globally. We want entrepreneurs to build here, scale here, and succeed here. So thank you very much, Hult Prize, and also APIIT for hosting this year's competition and the event, and all the judges and other Hult Prize Sri Lanka Foundation, and all the participants. And also I wish all the best for all the competition participants. Even if you don't win at this competition, the feedback as well as input that you got from all the judges and all the interaction that you are having with all the other participants and the foreign delegates will assist you to think creatively as well as think differently for next year's competition and build the right startup here. So thank you very much, and wish you a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for those words of wisdom. Before the Honorable Deputy Minister takes his leaves, we would like to express our sincere appreciation for his presence and support at the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026. Thank you. May we request the presenters to kindly return to their seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, up next, to share the story of the Hult Prize journey in Sri Lanka, it is now our pleasure to welcome Mr. Thaviru Hettiarachchi, National Director of Hult Prize Sri Lanka. He has led the national movement this year, bringing together student teams from both state and private universities and guiding the competition towards today's national finals.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Thaviru Hettiarachchi.
Good evening, distinguished guests, respected judges, mentors, university representatives, campus directors, members of the National Organizing Committee, members of the APIIT Organizing Committee, fellow student leaders, and our incredible finalists. Welcome to the Hult Prize Sri Lanka National Finals 2026. Today is a very special moment for all of us because this stage is not simply the conclusion of a competition. It is a result of a journey built through passion, resilience, innovation, and belief in the potential of young people in Sri Lanka. Last year marked the beginning of Hult Prize Sri Lanka's national journey. It was the very first time that Hult Prize officially came down to Sri Lanka at a national level, and at that time we only had one university involved in this competition. But even then, there was one thing we strongly believed in: the potential of Sri Lankan students. We believed that young people in this country had the creativity, talent, and the ability to solve real-world problems if they were given the right platform, the right exposure, and the right opportunity. And today, as the National Coordinator of Hult Prize Sri Lanka, I stand here incredibly proud to say that within just 1 year, Hult Prize Sri Lanka has grown from one university to a moment involving more than 17 universities across the country. That growth itself reflects something much bigger than numbers. It reflects the growing interest among students to innovate, build, and create impact through entrepreneurship. Across this journey, we saw students transform ideas into solutions, improve through mentorship and feedback, and develop the confidence to present themselves as future entrepreneurs and change makers. One of the key reasons we wanted to bring Hult Prize down to Sri Lanka was because we saw the need for more platforms that empower young student entrepreneurs. Sri Lanka today is increasingly focusing on entrepreneurship, innovation, startup, and building a stronger entrepreneurial ecosystem for the future. But for that future to truly grow, students need the opportunity to experiment. As Hamdi mentioned, Hult Prize gives that platform to experiment, fail, learn, collaborate, and build solutions while they're still at their university. Throughout the competition, we witnessed students stepping outside the comfort zones, identifying real problems, and trying to create practical, impactful solutions. We saw the teams improve not only their business ideas, but also their communication, leadership, teamwork, and the problem-solving skills. These are experiences that extend far beyond from the competition itself. What excites me the most is not only what Hult Prize Sri Lanka has achieved today, but what it has the potential to become in the coming years. From one university to more than 17 universities within a single year, I think we are already witnessing the beginning of a strong nationwide movement around youth entrepreneurship, and I truly believe this is only the start. In the years ahead, I hope to see Hult Prize Sri Lanka expand even further across the country, reaching more universities, empowering more students, and creating a generation of entrepreneurs who are capable of building impactful ventures not only for Sri Lanka, but for the world. And to our finalists here today, reaching this stage was not luck. You earned your place here through commitment, consistency, resilience, and hard work. You represent some of the brightest young minds in the country, and you should all be incredibly proud of how far you have come. Today is not only the final stage of a competition, it is the continuation of a national movement built around empowering youth entrepreneurs and believing in the future of Sri Lanka's youth. Thank you very much, and I wish all our finalists the very best of luck for today.
Thank you, Mr. Thaviru, for sharing the national journey and for the leadership extended in bringing the Sri Lankan competition to this stage.
Hosting a national event of this nature requires not only institutional support, but also the energy, dedication, and leadership of students.
At APIIT, the student organizing team has worked closely with the Hult Prize Sri Lanka National Committee to support today's event and create a meaningful experience for all participants.
To speak on behalf of the Hult Prize APIIT team, may I now invite Mr. Mukhtar Riaz, Chairperson of Hult Prize APIIT.
Good evening, everyone. It is truly an honor to stand here today as the chairperson of Hult Prize APIIT and welcome all of you to Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2026. First, on behalf of the entire student organizing team, I would like to sincerely thank the Hult Prize Sri Lanka National Committee and APIIT for trusting us with the responsibility of supporting and hosting a national level event of this scale. As students, opportunities like this do not just challenge us, they shape us. Over the past few months, this journey has been far more than simply organizing an event. Behind everything you see today were countless meetings, long nights, deadlines, last-minute changes, problem-solving, coordination, communication, and moments where we had to learn how to lead under pressure. There were moments of uncertainty, stress, and moments where things did not go according to plan. But through all, our team continued to push forward together with resilience, trust, and determination. And honestly, I think that is what makes Hult Prize so special. When I look at the teams competing here today, I realize that our journeys have been actually very similar. The competitors had to build ideas, take feedbacks, solve problems, improve their pitches, and remain resilient. And as organizers, we had also to develop our leadership skills, communication skills, teamwork, adaptability, and trust in one another. In different ways, all of us in this room have been learning, growing, and challenging ourselves throughout this process. I would like to take a moment to thank APIIT management, the business school, our staff mentors, the national committee, the volunteers, of course my team, partners, judges, and every single person who contributed behind the scenes to make today possible. Your support gave us the confidence to take ownership and deliver something meaningful. I would also like to thank all the participating teams for their passion and dedication throughout this journey. Most importantly, today is a reminder of the power of youth leadership. When young people are trusted with responsibility and supported properly, they're capable of creating incredible things that makes meaningful impact to our community. Thank you, and I hope everyone enjoys what promises to be an inspiring and unforgettable evening. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukhtar. Your words remind us that Hult Prize is also a powerful leadership experience for the students who organize and support it.
We will now take a moment to look at the Hult Prize journey here in Sri Lanka.
From university level rounds to today's national finals, this journey has brought together young people with bold ideas, mentors who guided them, and a community that believes in youth-led impact.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen for the Hult Prize Sri Lanka journey video.
Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. We were victims of
From the digital future, we now move to the equally important question of enterprise, industry, and economic growth.
Every successful venture begins with an idea, but an idea alone is not enough.
It must be tested, refined, challenged, funded, supported, and built with discipline. It must find customers, create value, survive uncertainty, and grow beyond the first moment of excitement.
That is what makes entrepreneurship both inspiring and demanding.
Today's finalists are not only presenting ideas, they are taking the first steps towards building ventures that could create jobs, strengthen industries, support communities, and contribute to Sri Lanka's economy.
It is therefore a privilege to welcome a leader whose work is closely connected to the development of industry, enterprise, and entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka. Honorable Chaturanga Abesinghe serves as the Deputy Minister of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development. His work is closely connected to strengthening entrepreneurship, industry development, and the growth of enterprises that can contribute to Sri Lanka's economy. His presence today is strong encouragement to the young entrepreneurs hoping to build ventures that create jobs, strengthen industries, and serve society.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in extending a warm welcome to Honorable Chaturanga Abesinghe, Deputy Minister of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development, for his keynote address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, firstly, for inviting me, APIIT and Hult organization, to speak to you a few words on a very special day, dreaming big to change the world. And I'm sure that all of you, with your ideas, even you get selected or not, will make a great impact, both in Sri Lanka, in the world as well. So even though my keynote supposed to talk about entrepreneurship ecosystem and how we would support, I will refrain that because you can learn that as you go on. But I want to share a few words on changing the world. So here, as you all aspire to change, the goals of the Hult Foundation is very clearly set out. It says poverty alleviation, food security, education access. Those goals are set forth to figure out what kind of enterprise that you would build as we go along. First, I want you all of you to ask, why do you really want to change the world? In the first place. World was never needed to change. World has a very beautiful ecosystem. World had an ecosystem that enabled all the species in the world and humans to live happily, satisfying their own needs, ensuring there's enough oxygen. That was what the ecosystem was in the world. And the world had humanity, empathy, love, care, time for others, time for loved ones. As we went along in the system of creation of wealth, maximizing profit, we've lost all of those. We lost time for each other. Now we are finding solution for stress. Everyone who was born in this world had education. We created education, a product, and now we are fighting for access. Health was there for people. We made health a price, and now we are talking about access to health. Food security is the same. As societies, we were able to fulfill our needs. We made very difficult to fulfill our own needs now. Therefore, the problems that we are trying to solve is problems which never had. So if any of you trying to change the world, you will have to first figure out where the problem occurred. Until you figure out where the problem occurred, you are trying to solve surface issues that was created from the problem itself. Namely, it can be called as climate resilient solutions. It can be named as carbon credits. It can be named as going to Mars. It can be named as circularity. All these terms are fancy terms without figuring out the root cause of the issue. So therefore, I thought it's my duty within these 5 minutes to share you some light what the real problem looks like. Real problem is inequality and equity. Until the world is putting enough effort to solve this problem, none of these issues that we see is going to get solved. Take the income distribution map of the world and figure out 53% of the people below $10,000 a year. And you expect them to go green? You expect them to go vegan? You expect them to go circular? You expect them to go zero carbon emission vehicles? It's not going to happen. Access to education, access to basic human needs, access to health is deprived for majority of the human population. So, until your solutions are measuring your impacts on these lines, the real problems will not get resolved. So your solutions, you will have to see the value chains of food. Where is the food generated from? How the food is generated from? How on earth that a food product that was made in a farm in Sri Lanka became 5 times when it reached the consumer. You need to read and understand how a garment made in Sri Lanka for $5 became $70 at the touch of the consumer. There's so much of waste. There's so much of issues in the value chain. And if you really study the value chain, you will find problems so that you can make basic human needs affordable. Any solution that you are doing today, it needs to have either of these 2 impacts I'm going to tell you. One, imagine the struggle of people individually trying to fulfill basic human needs. What is basic human needs? Food, shelter, health, education, travel, probably. Such should be provided by the society itself. We have made people earn such basic human needs. Therefore, nobody has any savings left. So you fight every month to fulfill your basic human needs. And on the hierarchy of Maslow's hierarchy of needs, 70% of our society will never reach social needs or egoistic needs. And they are still fighting for basic human needs. Why? We made basic human needs an individual struggle. Food, transportation, access to low-cost housing, healthcare has to be provided by public. There is no other solution to this problem. It will have a cost, but it should be shared. And nobody should profit from it. And next, just see with your solution, will you really allow people to access basic human needs in a much cheaper, reasonable way and ensure majority of the people will have access to such basic human needs, not through donations, but through means of economic models. And another indicator that you can look is when your solution is adapted across the world, will as humans, us, will get more time. Now think about people who are working in corporates. We have the chairman here. We don't have human lives. Human lives are supposed to enjoy nature, love each other, travel, dream, sleep. Ask any Sri Lankan who's below 100,000 rupees a month, which is about 80% of our society. How many hours that person would sleep? What is the probability of that person going for a movie with their children? What is the probability of that person enjoying a drama that he loves? So if your solution is not enabling us to be human, it's not worth it. You can track this. After your solution, do people sleep more? After your solution, do people go home early? After your solution, do people spend at least, 1/3 of their lives with their loved ones? So we've lost everything, guys. This capitalist system ended everything for this world. Now we are fighting to go to Mars. It's a systematic issue. So if you try to solve through corporate social responsibility, carbon credits, circularity, you are creating another business, and go check. The same investors will invest. The same investors who pollute the world will invest in your sustainable product. Check it out. Right? I'm being very brutal here. Because it's another business to make profits. Right? So we have a bigger problem to solve. That's what I said. If you're solving, you have to solve the root cause, not the surface. Lastly, I want to say that I wish you, with all the solutions that you make, what you have done, don't get disheartened. You can pivot towards humanity. You can pivot towards a better society. You can pivot it towards an equal, equitable society. And that's possible. That's why humans are fighting. The fight is long due. 200 years, 300 years, humans has been fighting for equity and justice. And that struggle will continue. And I wish that all of you will start reading and learning and unlearning what was taught to you from school. It's not demand and supply. It is not demand and supply that runs the world. You need to understand human needs and how such can be fulfilled in a much easier, accessible way. And that is where the world will start changing. And wish you all the best. And again, thank you, APIIT and the Hult team for inviting me. I don't know whether you expected a speech like this, but I'm sorry if it was not in the same agenda. But at the end, all the applicants, I will give you free access to Ministry of Industries. I will spend 3 days looking at your project within next 3 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for that encouraging and practical message for our young entrepreneurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move into the final pitch presentations, we invite you to look back at the people that brought today's nationals to life.
The Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals is not only about the final 6 teams. It's also about every team that pitched, every student who took the leap, every committee member who worked hard behind the scenes, and every volunteer who helped make this event possible, which we have captured in this final video.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen.
ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of the inaugural ceremony.
We now move to the most anticipated segment of the day, the final pitch presentations.
This is where the ideas meet the stage, where months of preparation meet the moment, and where 6 finalist teams compete for the honor of representing Sri Lanka on the global stage.
To lead us through the final pitch presentations, may I now invite Methuli.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final pitch presentation of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026. My name is Methuli Pereira, and I, together with Sanduni, will be leading you through the final pitches.
This is the defining moment of the day.
Earlier today, 15 participating teams presented their ideas during the preliminary rounds. They pitched, responded to questions, and placed their ventures before a panel of distinguished judges.
From that competitive round, 6 teams have now advanced to the Nationals final.
These 6 teams are not only competing for a title, they are competing for the opportunity to represent Sri Lanka at the global stage of the Hult Prize later this year.
And at the global stage, the winning team will have the opportunity to compete for $1 million in seed funding to launch and scale their enterprise.
The teams you are about to hear from have earned their place in this final round through their ideas, their effort, and their ability to present solutions with purpose and clarity.
Each team brings a different problem, a different solution, and a different vision for impact.
Some may challenge the way we think about communities.
Some may offer new possibilities for sustainability, inclusion, technology, education, or enterprise.
But all of them represent something powerful. The ability of young people to look at a problem and say, we can do something about this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to reveal the 6 finalist teams of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
Our first finalist team is Team Bed Sense.
Our second finalist team is Team CoSync.
Our third finalist team is Team Cure Evo.
Our fourth finalist team is End of Story.
Our fifth finalist team is Nova Lit.
And our sixth finalist team is Refab.
Congratulations to all finalist teams.
You have made it to the final stage of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals, and we look forward to hearing your ideas in just a moment. Before we begin with the final presentations, it is now our privilege to introduce the distinguished panel of judges for the final pitch presentations.
Our judges today bring with them a wealth of experience from business, entrepreneurship, innovation, investment, leadership, and industry. They will have the important responsibility of evaluating our 6 finalist teams and selecting the team that will represent Sri Lanka at the global stage of Hult Prize later this year.
As each judge is introduced, we kindly invite them to take their seat at the judges' table.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our final pitch judging panel. Our first judge is Mr. Asela Vaidyalankara, Managing Director, Talos Consulting.
Our second judge is Mr. Gayat Ratnaikar, Chief Technology Officer, PICME.
Our third judge is Mr. Hariharan Padmanabhan, Cluster Head Global Capability Center and R&D Hubs, Port City.
Our fourth judge is Mr. Indunil Ukwatta, Secretary General and CEO of Chamber of Young Lankan.
Our next judge is Mr. Mithila Vagapitiya, Vice Chairman, Laughs Holdings.
Our sixth judge is Mr. Nishal Ferdinando, CEO, Jet Holdings PLC.
The next judge is Mr. Prabhat Seniviratna, Business Entrepreneur, Head of Tech Commercialization, Founder of Maize Twinery Innovation of Mars.
Our eighth judge is Mr. Sachinda Samararatna, Associate Chief Digital Economy Officer, ICTA.
Our next judge is Dr. Sankalpa Gamvarge, Managing Director, Nagaro. Our final judge is Ms. Supriya Jangre, Regional Manager for Central and South Asia, Hult Prize.
Thank you to our judges for joining us today and for lending your time and expertise to this important national platform for student entrepreneurs. We are now ready to begin the final pitch presentations.
Before we begin, let us briefly go through the format of the final pitches.
Each team will have 4 minutes to present their venture.
This will be followed by 4 minutes of questions from the judges.
We kindly request the team and judges to keep to the allocated time.
We also request the audience to remain silent during the pitch and Q&A and to give each team your full attention and encouragement.
At the end of each pitch, please show your appreciation with applause, but kindly avoid cheering during the presentation itself.
We now begin the final pitch presentations.
To open the final round, may we invite Team BedSense to the stage.
Pressure ulcers or bed sores are among the world's top 3 costly hospital-acquired conditions in the world right now. In Sri Lanka, we honor our elders. But for the 300,000 plus bedridden patients in our hospitals and homes, the silent killer isn't their disease, it's the bed itself. A single bed sore can take 6 months to heal and costs a family around 200,000 rupees in a specialized care. For a patient, a bed sore can be a source of immense pain, and for the hospital, it's a financial catastrophe. And from the nurse's burden. In a country where nurse-to-patient ratio is already stretched, this problem becomes even more critical. 65% of these cases are totally preventable, yet the current system fails to address this. Prevailing air mattresses, they inflate but blindly, regardless of the patient's specific need. Nurses are overworked. They can't turn the patient every 2 hours like the manual says. So as a result, prevention fails because we lack data.
So we introduced BedSense, a group of students who are from background of engineering and management. So our system detects pressure real time. And also the existing air meters and water meters also deals with pressure, but it's not detects pressure. It's react to the pressure. And also it provides targeted pressure relief. And also it's highlight the exact pressure risk areas. That's the main key component of our product. And also, apart from that, the treatment can be personalized. So my friend will give the user manual of our product. So this is the overall technical structure of our product. It's a mattress. So when you go to the software architecture, it's have live monitoring features and identify the high-risk areas which the bed sore can be occurred. And also, when identifying, it gives the smart alerts to the caregiver or the user. And also, it's have a multiple kind of modes, sleep modes, auto modes, therapy modes. Such modes helps to treatments as also. And also, when it's come to critical cases, such as the patients cannot be repositioned, we can go to the automated reports and calculate how much time that he or she should be laid with it. And also, the AI-driven intelligence is the most important factor in this. We have an AI agent to detect the high-risk areas. The caregivers can easily communicate with that one also. And also, when it's come to, there are multiple beds in the ICUs, we can generate a priority queue on that also. And also, so why we need $1 million? So the first initial stage we have goes with a rapid process with rapid prototype using shell components. But if you go to the medical background, if you go to purchase in the industry as well, we want to go to safety testings, documentation, and certification process, especially on ISO standards and NMRA standards. And also, these are the competitors in both locally and globally for our product. For the marketing approach, over to Pavani.
So starting from the key marketing segments, BedSense follows a multi-market strategy to prevent the alcohol preventions. And our primary niche is the key patients in ICU and long-term healthcare environments where the alcohol prevention is more critical. So B2B segments, for B2B segments such as private hospitals and elderly homes, we use pilot diagrams and live demonstrations to validate the impact and for large-scale industrial adoption. And for B2C segments, we use digital and emotional marketing focusing on the patients.
Thank you, Team BedSense. Your time is up. Please give them a warm round of applause.
Any plans to take it to market, and is it developed already, or have you all not developed it yet?
Yes, we have a prototype development. Up to now, we have the main fact is we haven't a data set for this. So we have to get a data set and develop. That's the main challenge we up to now. So up to now, we have done a collaboration with University of Jawadhpur Faculty of Medicine. Dr. Sajid Singh is the one who mentors us. And also, up to now, it's a prototype.
And any route to market, any way that you all want to take it? Is it directly to hospitals, or are you all going to appoint an agent to sell it? Anything that you all have thought about that?
Yes, initially we were, the standards was to introduce by pilot programs for the elderly homes and these government hospitals, but our initial plan was to introduce into private hospitals, private sector, and also by distributions, by doing some pilot programs and getting a subscription fee, we can develop it.
Do you know how much it is to manufacture one? What is your cost?
For one device, it will be 100,000, and the market price will be 120,000 with 20% profit margin.
Sure. So when you're planning on going into the market, how would you go about manufacturing?
If we do bulk manufacturing with partnerships like distributors or medical institutions, we can reduce the cost by like 15 to 20%.
Did you get any input from health professionals or a physio in terms of this ergonomics?
Yes, we have the guidance of the consultant, Dr. Sajid Tedirasinga, who is a lecturer, visiting lecturer of the University of Sri Javidanapura, who works on these skin diseases.
Maybe a follow-up question to that. What clinical evidence would a hospital need for this to be replaced by whatever they are doing right now?
Yes. The modern system only gives a therapy. In our system, it can predict the possibility to it's an early prevention system and early detection system for bed sores where we implement there's a technique called Brayton scale. It measures the temperature and the humidity of the patient's skin, and from that we can predict the bed sores are coming or not.
What competing products are out there and what are their pricing like?
Yes, the ongoing air mattresses and water mattresses are there. The ongoing air mattresses, it's only the mattress it's cost as.
Yeah, the mattress cost would be around 30,000, but that's just a therapeutic mode which inflates and deflates regardless of the pressure points of the patient.
In our product, the basic need is we target the exact pressure point. It's not target the existing product do not targets the exact pressure points. That's the point.
You guys are dependent on internet connectivity and power. Have you thought of redundancies on that?
Yes. In every 10 seconds, the bubbles inflate and bubbles deflate. So for that, we have enabled the power saving modes in here. And also, when it's come to if the Wi-Fi is dropped, the only thing is the data is not logged into the GUI, and also the system is already working because it's inbuilt in as a switch.
In the event of a power outage?
Yes, it's connected to 230.
The biggest problem we have in Sri Lanka is it's not in the hospitals, because most of our elderly are at home, right? So how easy is it to manage it being at home, right? Because I have parents who are living with me and I'm working most of the time. And then how have you looked at what is, I think coming back to the cost, what is the kind of affordability, because you've got different sections of population, right? Different income groups. How do you look at, servicing them? Because hospitals have a system. At home, it may need extra care and an extra cost.
So yes, the home care market is the final stage of our target group. So with the bulk production, by that time we will have the bulk production. So the cost will be reduced by around 15 to 20%, which will be around 75,000. So we can sell the product less than 100,000, which is around 90,000 rupees per product. And for the user, this will be really easy to use, because for the home caregiver, the software is really user-friendly, and the data that can be easily checked by the screens, and also they can the software can generate a report to the doctor, so the doctor can check remotely about the patient's condition.
Okay.
Thank you, team, for your presentation today. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please give them a warm round of applause. Let us please now give 2 minutes of silence for the judges' scoring.
Before we move on to the next finalist teams, please note the timer will show colored cards at the following times to alert the participants. At 2 minutes, you will be shown a green color card. At 3 minutes, you would be shown a yellow color card. At 3 minutes and 45 seconds, you would be shown a red color card. With that, we now invite our next finalist team to the stage. Please welcome Team CoSync.
I saw a lot of heads turn there. But when was the first time you heard that sound? Well, for me personally, I think I was around 12. But it's strange, isn't it, that the most influential thing in a child's life today isn't a teacher, isn't a parent, it's that. By age 12, more than 70% of teens have already learned about sex through pornography. And ironically, almost half of the parents still think they are in control. They trust the filters and they trust the restrictions. But what are we actually filtering? Knowledge or risk? Because kids don't stop, they adapt. We conducted a survey and we actually found out that by the time students turn 18, more than 93% of boys and almost 62% of girls have already been exposed. And that's why more than 88.5% of people are demanding for a better solution. So we also found out that the old system was never really broken. It was never meant to solve the problem in the first place. But that's why we created SynapseSafe.
SynapseSafe is a privacy-first DMM processor which runs in the background of your OS. Based on what we built, our procedure has 4 pillars, starting off with the identification. And if the system gets triggered, there will be a warning saying that this is not real-life intimacy, but rather just a stunt. And this will also give the child 2 options to either educate themselves or simply ignore and continue watching. And if chosen to educate, they will land on our website page, which is purely based on sex educational content. And for personalized assistance, we've also introduced an AI chatbot. Let's be real. Traditional blockers are just speed bumps. And this is why SynapseSafe stands different. Unlike our competitors, we don't restrict, but we educate, because we understand that restricting could only evoke more and more curiosity. Currently, content blockers are failing because these URLs that they heavily rely on can be bypassed easily. But SynapseSafe is different, because we monitor pixels in real time, which captures that untouched risk. We also aim to bridge the gap between the teachers and the students caused due to these digital issues.
We've seen the problem, showed you the solution. Let's dive in how we scale this into a sustainable business. We operate on a triple revenue stream. First, our B2C premium subscription for families, giving them access to an app that protects and guides their children. Second, B2B licensing for schools, offering SynapseSafe as a digital safeguarding solution. Third, ad revenue from our free T users, where we partner up with sex ed and sexual wellness brands. By 2029, we project a total revenue of 14.9 million LKR, reaching the break-even with a strong net profit margin. This is our market expansion. We begin in Colombo, targeting private schools and urban families. We then expand into private schools across Sri Lanka, followed by the government schools, and eventually into South Asian countries. From there, we scale globally. Our focus is not just scale, but meaningful impact per user.
Clear problem, clear solution, real numbers. But why SynapseSafe? Moving on to our goals. Firstly, we have psychological well-being. There would be a reduction in students being exposed to these type of content. Next, we have academic discipline. There won't be any misuse of devices during school hours. And thirdly, we have institutional safeguarding. There would be a reduction in safeguarding complaints between parents and teachers. We are CoSync, the heartbeat of SynapseSafe. We're the generation that grew up online. We not only understand this problem academically, but personally. We've seen the consequences, and that's why we built this solution. Today, we're not just building a feature, we're building a safer digital future. A future where schools are empowered, parents are supported, and young minds are guided, not distorted by the digital world. Join us invest in reshaping the internet to a safer space where it respects reality and protects well-being.
Thank you, team. Your time is up. Judges, you may now start the Q&A session.
Just a quick one from me. If a school adopts this and a student manages to bypass it, who will take the legal implication?
So the computer, so when we install this system in the computer, if the student gets pop-up notification, either the educate or ignore button, the teacher will also get a notification saying if the student pressed the ignore button, the teacher will get a notification saying the student has pressed the ignore button. So teacher can take the responsible actions after that.
So there's always someone monitoring what the students...
Yes.
Have you already, in your research, spoken to schools about it, and have they said that they'd like to implement it?
So we conducted a survey with around 120, 130 odd participants from schools and normal people, so parents basically. And yes, they were willing to pay for this, and the schools were also most likely to take part in this, but we would have to first implement it towards the private schools before the government schools. And so parents and teachers both, they were willing to take the risk.
Adding on to what he said, we also, in the survey, when we asked students and parents and teachers, their main answer was that their first exposure to these type of content was in school. And that's why our target audience was school initially.
But most schools, I don't know. Most schools, as far as I understand, do not allow kids to use their phones in their mobiles while they're at school. So this problem will be outside of school, right?
So this is not in the phones per se, this is in IT labs. So the first exposure to pornography is usually in school IT labs, and we did a survey and most of them agreed, saying yes, it was our first exposure. And even though schools have these firewalls and everything, students can easily bypass that. And our motive here is not to block them off completely, but to educate them instead.
Absolutely. All right.
Do you guys have a MVP built? Do you guys have an MVP built, and what were the challenges you faced with implementing this on different devices? A minimum viable product or a POC done?
Could you repeat the question? We couldn't.
Have you guys done a POC, proof of concept, and what sort of devices did you try it on, and what sort of challenges did you face?
Yes, sir. We've built a prototype and we've given it to certain parents and teachers, specifically teachers who are in schools, because we are aiming the under 18 community here. And we've gotten positive feedback as well. And we have a demo if you will be interested.
What sort of devices and what sort of challenges did you face?
Okay, so mostly the devices that are accessible to this is computers. We are hopefully scaling to apps in phones, but for now it's only computers. And the challenges that we mainly faced was what if they press the ignore button and keep pressing it, right? So this pop-up will keep popping up every 5 minutes, and even if they press the ignore button, the teacher would get a notification.
Adding on to that, there was another issue that we also facing, because this is not a normal issue that everyone would accept. So we have that social stigma that we have to fight against also. So that's why we are mainly building this, because it's a bit hard for students and the teachers at the same time to address this physically face-to-face. Hence why we are including this into their systems. So then at least in one way or the other, the kids have a method of knowing what's right and what's wrong.
You guys mentioned that ad revenue is also one of your revenue streams. How do you reconcile the privacy aspect from the ad revenue? Are you going to, you have any controls around that? How does that work?
So we'll be partnering up with few platforms that we'll be partnering up with few platforms that showcases sex education. I've mentioned few platforms there, such as Scarleteen and Parenthoods. There were few. So those platforms mainly focus on guiding and promoting sex education. So we are providing them the audience they needed. So that's
With that, we come to the end of the Q&A session. Thank you, Team Co-Sync. Please give them a warm round of applause. Judges, you now have 2 minutes for the final scoring.
We would now like to invite our next finalist team, Team Kyo Evo, to the stage.
My grandmother cut herself when I was a kid. She wrapped a band-aid around the wound and thought that was that. But beneath that wound dressing, an infection was quietly growing, and none of us knew. That's something about wound care I could not wrap my head around as a kid.
Yes, the truth about wound care. Standard band-aids are blind. They only cover wounds, and the blindness kill. Every year, people in Sri Lanka die with drug-resistant infection.
For me, it was just my grandma. But in Sri Lanka, it's 2,300 people yearly. Globally, it's 2.7 million. The gap we're trying to address here is not in treatment. It is in detection.
Therefore, we present to you Benefactor by Cure Evo. Benefactor is a smart wound dressing that detects infection. Now, the main component in our product is the banana pseudostem fiber pad. Banana pseudostems can be obtained free of charge in Sri Lanka because the farmers burn around 1.3 million amount of banana pseudostems as a waste per year. Now, the science behind our product is, in a human body, in an infected wound site, alkaline gets released. And in our band-aid, we have the turmeric diagnostic layer. When turmeric reacts with alkaline, this reaction causes our band-aid to shift its color from yellow to dark red, thereby detecting infection.
Our target market are primarily elderly people and diabetics across Sri Lanka. So we will meet them in 4 phases. Phase 1, we reach out to 10 MOS centers across the country and have healthcare workers perform live color change demos in collaboration with 50 Sarvodaya villages. That band-aid turning red in a room full of people, no amount of ad budget could ever replicate that moment. Phase 2, Benefactor then goes mass market and hits supermarket shelves island-wide. And we back this up with a television marketing campaign because our target market watches television. And television is where Sri Lanka's national healthcare conversations happen. Phase 3, we reach out to all 896 MOH centers, all Sarvodaya villages, all national pharmacy chains, and all national hospital chains in Sri Lanka. And in phase 4, every market that has a diabetic population, banana agriculture, and a rural market is ours. Countries such as India, Bangladesh, Kenya, Ghana, 0 band-aids in these markets do what ours does. And that is our disruption opportunity.
We roughly spend about 50 rupees per customer. Our business model is B2B2C. Our unit economics are pretty clean. Our selling price is 200 rupees. Our variable cost and fixed cost is 75 rupees. We roughly make 125 rupees profit, and our gross margin is 62.5%. Year 1, 12,000 units. 12,000 units. We do take a 380,000 loss, but that's purely from our investment. We break even at 15,040 units. We hit that in month 16. Year 2, 2.8 million in profit. That covers our loss and sets us on a curve. Our company valuation by year 5 is 1.9 to 3.8 billion Sri Lankan rupees.
Unlike other brands, we are biodegradable and affordable. After the positive responses of our community, we started doing the prototype. Here's what we all need to hear. We live in a world where your smartwatch can detect an irregular heartbeat from your wrist, but a wound infection that can take your life is unnoticed. So this is a priority problem. We are Team Cure Evo.
And so here's the deal. Give us the global stage, and we will turn every infected wound into a detected one. Thank you.
From stem to shield. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Cure Evo. Judges, over to you for the question and answer session.
Have you got any medical advice on this product? Also on the shelf life of it? Right?
Yes.
Any after effects of it or side effects and the shelf life of the product itself?
We have a lot of, in Kandy, we did visit a clinic, Aloka Clinics, and Dr. Manjula consulted us on the product. And mostly turmeric, no one is allergic to turmeric, and aloe vera. And yes, Mike.
We also got advice from the chief biologist at APIIT Colombo, Ms. Vindhya. And with our visits to the wound care clinic in Kandy, we also got an understanding of how the product would work and how our product is free from false positives because
of chemical reactions within the human body.
Shelf life of the product?
The shelf life of the product is 6 months, but since we are still developing, we can extend it up to 12 months.
How is your manufacturability? Obviously, if you want to scale, you should be able to make millions of this, right? How are you doing it right now? How do you plan to do it if you win $1 million?
Right now, as this product is still in its research and development stage, we only have a prototype of it. But we plan to scale and make this a big product in the future if we receive the $1 million.
You have IP around your product? As in, do you own anything that no one can replicate?
We have started the patent process for our product because our product is unique.
So it's patent free, as in you can get a patent for it?
Yes,
You've done the due diligence?
Yes, sir.
In terms of standards, how do you look at approaching that, and any involvement of Ministry of Health specifically for local execution?
In terms of local execution, firstly, of course, since this is a medical product, there are a lot of approvals that we have to get. We first have to reach out to the Ministry of Health, and we have to actually get a working prototype first. However, what we have right now is an idea of what the Band-Aid would look like, which we have given to you on Judge's table. And in terms of approvals, it will take some time.
Yes, it roughly takes around 6 months to up to a year, but hopefully since our product is pretty unique, we hope we get the licensing as soon as possible.
You know that the pharmaceutical space and the medical space is made up of the much larger conglomerates, right? And what you're going to do in this space is you're going to compete directly with them, right? So have you done any research in terms of how you're going to address them? Because they'll come over tomorrow and buy you out, right? So that's the normal story that would happen. How are you going to go ahead and sustain yourself in that environment?
This is precisely why we have our go-to-market strategy. If we were to just launch this as product to the market, as a startup, we would very obviously fail because, as you said, of bigger conglomerates. And that's why we first gain the trust of the rural community. Then, with that trust, we go to supermarkets and back it up with television campaigns. And afterwards, we scale nationwide and then globally.
And to add what Mike said, we also are planning to partner with a wholesale mega pharmacies in Kandy too. And we did talk to the chairman of the pharmaceutical company. And yes, that is.
Have you thought about any standards in production or in terms of even putting it out there, any quality standards? I believe the same question was asked. Anything specifically that perhaps your competition has that you don't need it, or you perhaps need it to go to market?
In terms of standards, our competitors, they have Band-Aids that are non-biodegradable and have an antiseptic property on their actual Band-Aid patch. Our Band-Aid, in terms of standards, is again biodegradable, environmentally friendly, and our patch also detects an infection, communicates it to the user, and then also has healing and cleaning properties. So it does not take away from the original use or purpose of a Band-Aid.
Thank you, judges, for your questions.
Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen, let's give another round of applause for Team Cure Evil. We would now like to request 2 minutes of silence for the judges to mark their scores.
We now welcome our next finalist team, Team End of Story. Please Please give them a warm round of applause.
There is one thing we all need at the end of life. Have you ever thought, what your coffin will be made of? Anyone? Annually, 45 million coffins are used worldwide. 10 million trees are cut to meet this demand. What if, instead of cutting down trees, we could grow our coffin naturally? We are from the team End of Story. Today we are here to end the story of cutting down trees for coffins. The global coffin market is worth around $71 billion and projected to reach around $155 billion in coming decades. Yet, this market is largely untapped by innovations. The funeral industry faces many challenges: wood shortage and growing demand for cost-effective alternatives. As a solution to this problem, we developed a better alternative to wooden coffins. We call it microrest. Microrest is made with agricultural waste. It's lightweight and enough to support 150 to 300 kilograms. And we already developed our prototype and we apply the national patent for our production process. Actually, we are not making coffins. We are growing coffins. We use mycelium technology to produce our products. Mycelium is the root structure of mushrooms. These mycelia grow on any agricultural waste and create very strong material. We offer our products under 3 categories. The most affordable one, Essential Earth, followed by Heritage Finish, and under Artisan series, we provide a fully customized coffin design. Since this is my PhD research, we conducted many tests, compression tests, tensile tests, and thermal analysis. We started to produce our material since 2022, and we produce Micropack and Microbox. We received the Presidential Environmental Award and Young Pioneer Award in last year.
We'll combine with 2 business models. In our B2B2C model, our profit margin will be 50%. In our B2C model, our profit margin will be 70%. We need a pilot plan to start up our production process. For our initial investment, we required $300,000. We hope to achieve our fully scale within 5 years. In our first year, we hope to produce 1,700 coffins and scale up every year. We reach to the global market in our year 3. In our 5th year, we will achieve $2.6 million as our revenue, even with 0.001% global market shares. If we can achieve 1% global market shares, our revenue will be $1.5 billion. At that point, we will produce 450,000 coffins a year by saving 100,000 trees. We use locally adapted mycelium species and low-cost agricultural waste materials, and we don't need any controlled environmental conditions, so the cost of production will be low. And we have multiple production categories, so customizable even for the humans and animals. We are aligned with UN SDG 9th, 11th, 12th, and 15th. We are guided and supported by experts in several fields, Professor Danushka, Professor Rohan, and Professor Nilushi. And let's meet our team. I'm Hashin Pabasara, CTO, Whiteroot Private Limited. And this is our CEO, Chatur Manjusankar. He's a PhD candidate and specialized in mycelium-based composite materials. Now it's time to choose your coffin. You have just 4 minutes. When your time comes, how will you be buried? Do you choose traditional coffins or microrest? Are you going to choose our microrest? The choice is yours.
Thank you, team. Judges, you may now start the Q&A session.
Have you spoken to your, I think it's a B2B model, your customers, and what were their response in terms of the pricing compared to other manufacturing of coffee?
Yes. In Sri Lankan market, normal cropping price will be vary 50,000 rupees from upward. but we can finish our basic coffee for 40,000 rupees. We can sell for 40,000 rupees because our production costs less than 20,000. In B2C model, we directly give to our consumer because they can directly order from our factory. We want to make a trend to pre-customize their coffee because when we are dyeing, we can save at least one tree. That kind of trend we want to build up.
Have you manufactured and sold any up to now?
No, but we prepare our prototypes and we tested their properties. This concept is not new to world. There is this concept, but we develop it to market models using our own fungal strains and our research experience.
Say you are going mass market, how would you go about the manufacturing process in terms of would you outsource the manufacturing?
Thank you. As we mentioned, we need a pilot plant. When establishing a pilot plant, we can produce our products. Then we can establish a clear process to collect our waste material, organic material. Then we can build our partnership with our funeral directors, and we can partnership with our direct customers. That's kind of thing, and we need a strong market strategy to go to the market.
Question from me, with the finish of the coffin, right? Some people are particular in the family members and all. Can you match that finish, or you can't take that finish of a normal timber coffin?
Sure, sir. We have three options. In the basic one, in the addition series, the basic model, we provide a coffin as it is, in white color. Naturally, mycelium is white color. But in the second heritage finish, we provide the fully coffin for, similar to wooden coffins, because most of the Sri Lankan we know think about the appearance. We like the wooden appearance. Likewise, we can customize the color. At that time, we provide that kind of thing. If someone want a customized design, think someone like for a car, we can design a coffin like a car.
So what will be the expected weight of the real size coffin?
Average 40 kilogram.
What is the existing one?
Existing one around 50, 60.
This is going to be much lighter than...
much lighter than this one.
Can you tell me about your patent process, where you are currently, the stage?
We apply, since this is my PhD project, we apply the patent as the university. Now it's in the progress.
So the organization, the company, your company owns the patent, or you have already filed for a patent?
No, the patent on to the university.
Right. So you don't own the patent for the moment?
We have a shares for the patent.
Okay. So the mycelium or whatever the product that you use for this, so instead of growing trees, we will now be growing more mushrooms, is it?
No, sir. We don't produce mushrooms.
Okay. Who will produce that? Produce the product to do this?
We can produce that because this mycelia can grow any organic waste.
Okay.
Like sawdust or paddy straw, corn husks, any waste.
Right. So it is available. In
we can produce
quantity. Okay.
Anytime.
Is there anything similar in the world to this?
The BioLoop company started 5 years ago just as a model, but they didn't market it. But they have a website and they have a coffee with higher prices.
Okay.
Thank you, team. Your 4 minutes are now over. Judges, you have 2 minutes for the final scoring.
We now invite our next finalist team, Team Novalith, to the stage. Team, your time starts when you're ready.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Do you know over 5,000 infants die every single day? And do you know every 2 minutes a miscarriage is happening annually as well? And then afterwards, when it comes to the miscarriages, 23 miscarriages are happening annually as well. In Sri Lanka, known pregnancies end up in miscarriages as well. So why? What's the reason behind all of this? It's when it comes to the mother, she get a single chance to go to their expected healthcare provider as well. So between those two visits, there will be a huge gap as well. So then afterwards, we came up with a solid engineering idea, which is introducing Knowledge Smart Pregnancy Belly Wrap, a cutting-edge solution for maternal healthcare challenges. So basically, the algorithm is really simple. We are not just an application or a hardware. We listen, and then afterwards, we give the clinical feedbacks as well. So when it comes to the application, we do real-time monitoring when it comes to mother as well as the fetal, and then give you immediate alerts, remote healthcare access for the healthcare provider, and then afterwards, the user-friendly application as well. And when it comes to the product, we have already applied for Viper patents as well. And then afterwards, because of this, I can show you the final product as well. So this will be the final product. These are the base models, and this will be the premium designs as well as we tap into the fashion market as well. So let's see a demo.
Introducing the Novalith Smart Pregnancy Belly Wrap, a revolutionary step forward in maternal health technology. This device is designed to be compact, lightweight, and comfortable for daily monitoring. Inside, a suite of advanced sensors continuously collects vital data. Once activated, our system immediately begins receiving and displaying crucial health insights on the app. This includes real-time fetal heart rate with its corresponding ECG graph, temperature, and detailed fetal movement patterns. Our machine learning algorithms process this data to provide comprehensive health analytics and generate alerts when necessary. The Smart Pregnancy Belly Wrap offers a seamless, non-invasive monitoring solution, providing critical data for enhanced prenatal care. Novalith.
Right. When it comes to the comfortability, actually mothers care about the comfortability. As you can see, these are the some devices available in the market, but when it comes to comfortability, Knowledge stands in a sweet spot. And then afterwards, when it comes to the competitive analysis, we are standing in a sweet spot when it comes to these 3 parameters, which is mandatory. And then afterwards, if you talk about numbers, from global metal monitoring market, the market is at $1.5 billion. And then afterwards, if you compare with 2028 to 2033, the compound annual growth rate is at 16.8% as well. And then afterwards, we go to market as in B2B and B2C as well. Then afterwards, we scale global from launching the B2B hospital portal as well. And in revenue generation, we have 2 models from the hardware and the subscription services as well. So then afterwards, for a solid product, we need a solid engineering team as well. So this is our engineering team from University of Moortu and University of Colombo as well. So these are our advisory panel, which will be backing for us as well. So then afterwards, we did a solid research for the product. And then afterwards, we have a solid advisory support from these companies as well. So, as in recognition, we have already won the global recognition for Serve Awards, and then afterwards some national awards as well, as you can see, awarded by the Prime Minister, and then afterwards backed by main 2 accelerators in Sri Lanka as well. And then afterwards, this is our timeline, and right now we are in the prototype device, and then afterwards we are testing the prototype right now as well. And then afterwards, this is our phase 1 use of fund. So we are asking for 75,000 USD to do this prototyping and then after the engineering and these phases as well. So yeah, join us for a metal revolution and happy Mother's Day for all these mothers as well, because every heartbeat matters. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Team Novalit. Over to you, judges.
So pregnant mothers are often skeptical to have like electric devices around their belly at all times. So how is this device essentially safe for them to use? Because they don't even go through like the entrance monitoring and any other possible radiations.
Right. First of all, I'll explain from the prototype as well. So this is the version 01. So basically here, I mean, I have already given the documents for that end actually. And in the documentation, we have already validated those sensors are non-invasive as well. And the current prototype that we are developing with the University of Moratu, and she's from University of Colombo as well, doing the medical section. And so what we are doing is we are using only medical validated sensors as well. So those are non-invasive and we can use it as well.
As they are medically validated tools, we can directly use them on mothers because they already have gone through several lines of validation. But then again, we are going through a prospective study as to validate the results we are getting from this device as well. So the clinical trials will be starting in next August at DMH, supported by University of Colombo. And I'll be leading the crew, yeah.
On your route to market,
yes.
Sorry if I missed that, and you already mentioned that. Whom do you want to actually purchase this? Is it the expecting mothers?
Yes.
Or?
So basically, it will be B2Bs. Actually, we are going with the insurance companies as well. Then afterwards, we are scaling with the hospitals. Then afterwards, pharmaceuticals. But B2C also, they're like it's like B2 B2C. So basically, we are manufacturing with. We have a agreement with Taiwan government as well as in like for the manufacturer supporting. So basically, we are trying to tap into the market from the B2Bs because medical devices actually go from B2Bs. That's what.
Lend it out to the customer, as in the patient, or
sorry,
how does it end up with the
B2Bs actually work from from we will be giving to when it comes to insurance companies or else hospitals. Then afterwards, from the hospital onwards, it will be actually contacting with the the client as well. I mean the expected mother or the clinician. So if else we have the B2C as well. So directly the customer can buy from us as well.
B2C. Because pregnancy is a short term, as in 10-month thing. So whether someone will own it for the whole duration of that, whether they'll make an
Actually,
investment.
they can return it back. And afterwards, if they're having another pregnancy, we are supporting with another subscription model for them. They don't have to purchase the hardware again because they have purchased it once.
So my question is, in Sri Lanka, primarily the healthcare system is quite good, right? Even in rural areas. You've got clinics and all that. It's fairly nicely done, right? And if a mother is pregnant, they have access, correct? Free access to this. So what would be the cost of utilizing this, number one? And if you're giving it to people in the rural areas, how literate are they to utilize the apps to understand what is happening in the apps, right? In terms of this thing, does it trigger any alerts? If there is a kind of a issue going on, right? That is one thing. The third thing is, have you looked at going to a continent like Africa, where primarily you don't find the healthcare system so nicely done, right? I mean, it should be disruptive. How disruptive are you thinking of going?
So I'll start from the last question actually. So as you saw,
sorry, I asked so many questions.
Yeah, as you saw in the presentation, there was like UNICEF Venture Fund. So basically, we already monitored from the UNICEF Venture Fund as well. They are targeting on the South Asian market as well. So the South Africa as well. I mean, South Asian market, then Africa as well. So we are in a discussion with them because we got shortlisted for $100,000. So then afterwards, for the alert system, actually we have an alert system. Basically what we are doing is we have a 3-hour lock as well. So basically the golden rule for belly wrap is like you need to wear it for up to 3 hours. Then afterwards you have to reduce. And so we have a set of notifications to mention that, but we are not like accelerating the anxiety levels. What we're doing is we're just prompting a small message saying, "Mom, like you have already reached the time. Now you have to move on for some breathing exercises." And we open the portal as well. we are just blocking that portal and we are opening that portal so she can have a rest, and then afterwards she can move ahead with the, when it comes to the breathing exercises.
Apps will be in Sinhala as well, so there won't be any language barrier there. Plus, they won't have to be very literate about technology, because they don't have to worry much about the technology there, because it would be a very simple interface where they can just look at the pop-ups and the app will run by itself. Yeah.
Thank you, judges and Team Novelit. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of
applause.
Thank you. Judges, you have 2 minutes to mark your scores.
We now welcome the last pitch for the day, Team Refab. Please give them a warm round of applause. Team, you may begin now.
On the left, we see dump textile waste. On the right, we see people displaced by crisis. One represents excess and the other represents urgent need. And yet, there is no solution that connects both. So we asked ourselves the question, can waste become resilience? Hi, my name is Anupriyan and that is Sachin. In the next 4 minutes, we'll show you how Refab connects them both.
40 active armed conflicts as shown. 122 million people forcibly displaced, and 85% of the materials that could shelter them being destroyed. The resources already exist, but they are just being burned. We surveyed families affected by the recent cyclone Ditwa. Poor hygiene condition, lack of privacy, and overcrowding were identified as shown in the pie chart. The Norwegian Refugee Council confirmed this isn't local, but a global issue. Each year, billions are spent on crisis shelter deployment, yet the existing solutions are temporary and fragile.
You know what they say, right? One man's trash is another man's treasure. So we found Refab, rapid emergency shelters built from the very waste that the world is throwing away. One solution, two crises solved. With our modular panel system, each family gets a shelter that can withstand harsh weather conditions, protects their privacy, and even the possibility of upgrading it to a permanent housing in the future. As demonstrated in the prototype here, assembly is just like IKEA, happens in 4 simple steps with no specialized labor or specialized tools required.
84.5% of our target users preferred a rigid modular structure compared to a tent. Water resistance and durability rank the highest. That's not a preference, that's a product specification. And it's exactly what Refab delivers.
Our research reveals that the green construction market, which is at $298 billion, is projected to grow up to $962 billion by 2033. But we'll be specifically targeting on the $1 to $3 billion transition shelter procurement market funded by government, UNs, and INGOs. With the ongoing war conflicts around the world, displacement is at its peak since World War II. And this market is predicted to grow even larger. So now is the right time to start.
Refab does not sell into markets. We work with institutions. Our customers are governments, NGOs, and humanitarian agencies responsible for crisis shelter deployment. The more we scale, the cheaper our raw materials becomes.
I want you to remember 3 numbers. It cost us $840 to make it, while we sell it at $1,200 with a 30% profit margin from day one. We break even at 5,556 units sold, meaning we achieve profitability between year 2 and 3. As illustrated graphically, we also are earning up to $3.4 million in profit by year 4.
Everybody in this space is solving one problem. For instance, tents solve shelter, but they are fragile. Textile recyclers solve waste, but they are not in humanitarian aid. Nobody is solving both simultaneously. Therefore, refab is the first move in a category that doesn't yet exist. That's our moat.
We don't start global, we start local. Year one, we start in Sri Lanka with 150 shelters deployed. That pilot project is what becomes the case study that opens global procurement market. With the help of the case study, in year two, we expand our operations to more disaster-prone regions such as South and Southeast Asia. Year 4 and beyond, we sign European textile sourcing agreements and expand our operations even further into the countries with the highest displacement rates. With each shelter deployed, we divert up to 300 kilograms of textile waste. Now, if we were to shelter a small village of consisting just 150 families, that is equal to 50 tons of repurposed textile waste. Initially, we start off with 150 families sheltered, but our goal is to shelter 25,000 families in the next 5 years. We've designed the prototype, validated the concept with real users, and confirmed the unit economics. So what's left? We just have to build it.
I will be leading products operation and deployment, while Anupriyan handling markets expansion, strategy, and partnership. As we grow, we hire CFOs, supply partners, and R&D collaborators. Refab is built from the waste the world no longer wants for the families the world has forgotten. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. Judges, you may now start the Q&A session.
I have a question on the raw material. Is it any type of apparel waste, or does it have to be cotton separately, nylon?
Based on the recent case studies as well as the researchers conducted so far, any type of raw material, textile waste, whether it's pre or post, textile waste can be used in this process of making panels.
So if it's given to you in like a bag, it's fine, you don't need to separate it?
Now there's AI-based machines being introduced. So with that, we can sort out and shred them and make into process panels.
Have you found out the cost of trying to understand how much it will cost you to create 1 kilo or 1 square foot of item?
Not square foot per se, sir, but we have the cost is the cost that it cost us $860 to produce one whole unit, which is 22 meter squares. So yes, as of now, all these values are based off of research that has been published and also the research that we've done. For us to give you an exact numbering, we'll need the seed funding and begin deployment and production so that we can give you a perfect and accurate number.
You are doing only the panels in this? What about the roof and the doors and that part? How does it come?
Right. It's everything comes as a panel, sir. So base panels all come together, and the roof panels is fixed like it's like modular, sir. It's just like you put it on.
Is it a flat roof, or you can do the angle?
You can do the angles. Yes.
My question is, in Sri Lanka, it's fine. You manufacture, disaster happens within 24 hours, 48 hours. You can get it across with trucks and whichever vehicle. But if there's a disaster in India or in another country, right, how big does this fit? Because it has to go via air, and it's an emergency perspective. So will it fit in a box, or how much of space will it take?
Exactly.
And that would be an immense cost to do it. So tents primarily are put in a small bag, deflated, and you can just pump it up, right? And then it comes in, how it's fixed. How does this work?
So in terms of, so yes, it is put in a box where you can easily transfer. Initially,
one box, it'll fit.
No, one box, yes, sir. So it's modular. So it's like one up to half of a human-sized box, which is a 4 to 5 feet box. So initially, we start in Sri Lanka, like I said, with a pilot project. But as we scale, we sign agreements regionally, and we start productions regionally. So by which we can eliminate the freight costs.
One more thing to add. The textile waste is a serious issue in worldwide now, especially in the European region and different regions. So they are sending that into countries with low income. So in those regions also, we can set plans and establish these the building units.
In an emergency, you can't do that.
No, sir, we, in the 4th or 5th year, we are planning to expand it globally.
That's fine, but in an emergency, you will need to send it across the globe. And if you're working with the UN and other agencies, they would want you to freight, they want to take this on day one out. How will you do that?
Right, sir. That is why we're doing a pilot project and publishing a case study where we get, right, sir.
Just for understanding, are you all from management background or?
Yes, we are from management.
Okay.
Can you guys tell me about the durability of this? Because I'm just wondering if it's in a tropical condition or anything else. Do you understand about that?
Completely, it depends on the environment that is used in. Typically, the durability is around 10 to 15 years. But with proper usage, you can extend it up to 20 to 25 years, where you can reuse it again and again.
How is the water absorption?
Pardon, sir?
Water absorption. Rainwater.
Yes, is water resistant, fire resistant? Yes.
With that, we've come to the end of the Q&A session. Please give them another big round of applause. With that, we have come to the end of the pitching session. Thank you to all 6 finalists.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next segment, our chairman would like to speak a few words.
Not really. I just want to make an honorable statement, ladies and gentlemen. So we are breaking for the judges. We are giving some time to make the judgment. But first message is basically all the team members of 6 finalists, already you are winners because Honorable Minister, I'm making this announcement without his permission. Honorable Minister committed to all 6 people to meet you guys personally. It shows the commitment and the dedication and the interest. Thank you very much, sir, because that is what we are expecting. It's the real push. I mean, end of the day, we mean that. It's a real thing. And not only that, we are behind 1 hour, but still, he has shown the interest to stay, and I know personal commitment is also gone from the back door. I'm sorry about, sir. Thank you, your real interest for, giving that assurance and giving that hope for these guys. Thank you very much. That's the announcement I want to make it. Over to you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, our judges will now proceed for their final deliberations.
We kindly request all guests to remain seated for a few moments while the judges leave the hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, the award ceremony will begin sharp at 5:40 p.m., where we will recognize all participating teams, appreciate our judges, and announce the winning team of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. We now invite all guests to join outside for refreshments. Also, we kindly request all guests to return to the hall by 5:40 for the final and most exciting part of today's program.
Thank you, and please enjoy your break.
we begin the awarding ceremony for the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026, we will now present the token of appreciation to Honorable Chaturanga Abesinghe, Deputy Minister of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development. May we kindly invite Honorable Chaturanga Abesinghe to the stage. To accompany him, I cordially invite the Chairman of APIIT Sri Lanka, Mr. Bandula Egodage. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for your presence and encouragement towards Sri Lanka's young entrepreneurs. We now begin the final and the most anticipated segment of today's program, the award ceremony of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
Today, we witness bold ideas, confident pitches, thoughtful answers, and the power of young people who are ready to build, lead, and create an impact. This segment is about recognition. Recognition of every team that took the leap, every judge who gave their time and expertise, and finally, the teams that have risen to the very top of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals. To open the award ceremony, it is now our pleasure to welcome the head of APIIT Business School, Dr. Hult Pereira, to address the gathering.
As the host, APIIT Business School has been proud to support a platform that places entrepreneurship, innovation, and social impact at the heart of students' learning. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Hult Pereira.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry, I know I'm the blocker between you and everyone going home, so I will keep it very short. I had a hastily prepared paper here, but then I thought, okay, everyone's pitched so well, I should be able to also pitch this final thing without looking at a piece of paper. The reason I actually wanted to say a few closing words was because actually when Taviru's, the Hult National Committee approached me last year to host this, I was just thinking, okay, this is a great opportunity to give my students at APIIT a platform to take their ideas, beyond the classroom and beyond just doing a presentation in the classroom. And it just evolved into an entire nationals competition. And I'm glad this happened this way because we actually got to host what I think is an incredible event, and I hope you all agree with me. But why I say it's incredible is because I think I listened to 6 fantastic pitches, and some of them were postgrads, and a lot of them were undergrads, and a lot of them were very new, students in the university system, and I think they all presented fantastic business ideas that actually make a real impact. So to all the students here from the 15 teams who qualified for nationals, we are all very proud of you. I'm sure your universities are also super proud of you. Don't stop testing your ideas from this point. Go out to the communities that will actually benefit from an idea. Test your ideas there, and then, try again. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the judges who've been here from morning, especially from the preliminary round. Can I get a big round of applause to the 8 preliminary round judges for all their time and effort and for staying until the very end. We are really, really grateful. Of course, not forgetting our final pitch judges who are probably battling it out in the deliberation room and are still not here with us. So good luck to them. The one last thing is that I'd really like to thank Supriya and Hamdi, although they're not here, for giving us this opportunity, especially to Thaviru's team also for giving APIIT the responsibility of hosting an event of this scale. It wasn't easy because this is not just an event on a single date. This has actually been happening since last September with the on-campus program and then the nationals. So it's been a long journey. And the backbone of this entire event today has been our students who pulled off. I think they are an amazing, amazing team, and they deserve a big round of applause for pulling off today's event. Of course, this event will not be possible. I had Himashi absorbing all my stress over the last few weeks, and she mentored some of the teams as well who participated in the Hult Prize. So I'm very grateful to my APIIT staff as well as my student committee. And a big thank you to the marketing team of APIIT also who helped us pull this event off. And I know this is sounding like a vote of thanks. It's not, but I just wanted to take a few minutes to thank. So I think we need to still give a few more minutes to the judges to finalize their decisions, and I hope they'll be with us very soon. Thank you, everyone, and we hope you'll enjoy the rest of the award ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Hasali.
We now move to the distribution of certificates to all participating teams of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
Every team that took part today deserves to be recognized. Each team chose to move beyond the classroom, test an idea, receive feedback, and take a bold step into the world of entrepreneurship.
To present the certificates, may we invite to the stage Mr. Hamdi Ben El Elmi, Senior Director of Programs, Hult Prize Foundation, Ms. Supriya Jangre, Regional Manager for Central and South Asia Hult Prize, Mr. Thaviru Hettiarachi, National Director, Hult Prize Sri Lanka, Mr. Mukhtar Riaz, Chairperson of Hult Prize APIIT, Ms. Sudisha Fonseca, Co-Chair of Hult Prize APIIT, Mr. Varuna Sri Dhanapala, Secretary to the Ministry of Digital Economy. We will now invite the participating teams to come forward as their names are called.
Team Actasy Robotics. Team Bambino. Team Corpo Vinculo. Team Her God. Could we please encourage our participants by a round of applause? Next up, Team MediSync. Team Road Rescue. Team Syntax Squad.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause, please.
Next up, Team Cold Chain AI. Last but not least, Team Visual Lit.
Congratulations to all participating teams. Please give them a warm round of applause. And with that, I would like to invite the chairman of APIIT Sri Lanka, Bandula Egodage, to join us on stage. We will now recognize the 6 finalist teams of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
These teams advanced from the preliminary rounds to the final stage of the competition and presented their ventures before our final panel of judges and the full audience.
Prior to inviting the teams, might I mention that these are the teams that put on us a great show for the finals, so please give them a warm round of applause. Up first, we have Bedsense from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura Kotte.
Next, may we invite Team Ko Singh from APIIT Colombo.
Next, may we invite Kyo Iwo from APIIT Kandy.
Next, may we invite Team End of Story from University of Jayawardhanapura.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Nova Lit from University of Colombo.
Our final pitch for the day, Team Refab from APIIT Candy.
Congratulations once again to our 6 finalist teams. Please, a round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are the final pitches that was presented in front of you all at the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026. Thank you. You may now return to your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now take a moment to recognize the distinguished judges who supported the preliminary round of today's competition.
The preliminary round was a critical part of the Nationals. It was where 15 teams presented their ideas, responded to questions, and competed for a place in the final 6.
Our preliminary round judges had the important responsibility of carefully evaluating the 15 teams and helping identify the 6 finalists who moved forward to this afternoon's final pitch presentations.
To present the tokens of appreciation to our preliminary round judges, may we now invite Mr. Bandula Egodage, Chairman of APIIT, Mr. Thaviru Hettiarachchi, National Director, Hult Prize Sri Lanka, Dr. Hasuli Pereira, Head of APIIT Business School, Ms. Himashi Dimel, Senior Lecturer, APIIT Business School and Faculty Advisor for Hult Prize Sri Lanka.
May we now invite each preliminary round judge to join us on stage. As your name is being called, we kindly request you to remain at the side of the stage until all judges have been invited, after which we will take a group photograph.
May we now invite Ms. Jasmine Nanaikara, Chairperson, IESL Entrepreneurship Forum. Mr. Hasitha Vijay Sundara, Consultant, Asian Development Bank. Mr. Malaka Rupasinghe, Managing Director, Founder of Wave Bolgada, Singer Group and Wave Bolgada.
May I please request the judges to remain with us on stage as there is a group photograph to be taken.
Mr. Morgan Rohel, Project Manager, Green Recovery Expertise, France. Mr. Niresh Ratnagopal, Program Manager, Strategy and Operations, Hatchworks. Dr. Rukmani Ratnayaka, Senior Expert, Women's Economic Empowerment and Market Systems. Mr. Sadun Fernando, Co-Founder, Blue Mango Partners. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in giving a warm round of applause to our preliminary round judges. May I now request all the preliminary round judges to join us on the stage to click a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Asel Gunawardana, Head of Operations from Lankan Angel Network. We will be now presenting the token of appreciation.
Thank you to our preliminary round judges. You may now return to your seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. The final pitch judges are still deliberating and we are not allowed inside the deliberation room. As such, we don't have the results of the top 3 winners, nor do we have the final round judges here yet. So, some networking and some extra tea and coffee for everyone while we wait. Hopefully, it will not take too long. And we are really sorry for the inconvenience, but please, if you do need to leave, please feel free to do so. Can we have some music? Music?
We now recognize the judges who served on the panel for the final pitch presentations.
The final round brought together 6 outstanding teams.
Our final pitch judges had the difficult task of listening closely, asking challenging questions, and selecting the winning team that will represent Sri Lanka at the global stage of Hult Prize later this year.
May we now invite each final pitch judge to join us on stage as your name is called. We kindly request you to remain at the side of the stage until all judges have been invited, after which we will take a group photograph.
To present the tokens of appreciation to our final round judges, may we now invite Mr. Bandula Egodege, Chairman of APIIT, Mr. Gamidu Hemachandra, Chief Academic Officer of APIIT Sri Lanka, Mr. Hamdi Ben El Elmi, Senior Director of Programs, Hult Prize Foundation, Mr. Taviru Hetiarachi, National Director, Hult Prize Sri Lanka, Dr. Hasuli Pereira, Head of APIIT Business School, Ms. Himashi Dimel, Senior Lecturer, APIIT Business School and Faculty Advisor for Hult Prize Sri Lanka. First up, we have Mr. Asela Vaidyalankara, Managing Director, Talos Consulting. Mr. Gayat Ratnayaka, Chief Technology Officer, PICME. Mr. Hariharan Padmanabhan, Cluster Head, Global Capability Centers and R&D Hubs. Mr. Indunil Ukwata, Secretary General and CEO, Chamber of Young Lankan Entrepreneurs. Mr. Mithila Vagapitia, Vice Chairman, Loves Holdings. Mr. Nishal Ferdinando, CEO, Jet Holdings PLC. Mr. Prabhat Seneviratna, business entrepreneur, head of tech, commercialization, founder of Maize, Twinery Innovations by Mars. Mr. Sachindra Samararatna, Associate Chief Digital Economy Officer, ICTA. Dr. Sankalpa Gamvarige, Managing Director, Nagaro. Ms. Supriya Jangre, Regional Manager for Central and South Asia, Hult Prize. To present the token of appreciation to Mr. Hamdi Ben El Elmi, Senior Director of Programs, Hult Prize Foundation, I cordially invite Mr. Bandula Egodage, Chairman of APIIT, to present the token of appreciation to Mr. Hamdi.
May we kindly invite Mr. Varuna Sri Dhanapala to the stage.
We will now present the token of appreciation to Mr. Varuna Sri Dhanapala, Secretary to the Ministry of Digital Economy. Could we please ask the final round judges to join us back on the stage with us for a group photograph?
May we also invite the preliminary round judges to the photograph? Yes. Thank you, judges, for your patience. May I please request
Thank you so much. Could we please request the initial presenters of the tokens to remain on the stage with us?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at the moment everyone has been waiting for. The judges have made their decision, and we are now ready to recognize the teams that have risen to the top of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
In just a few moments, we will announce the runners-up and finally the winning team that will represent Sri Lanka at the global stage of the Hult Prize later this year.
At the global stage, they will carry not only their venture, but also the hopes of Sri Lanka's students' entrepreneurship community. To present the awards, may we invite the following distinguished guests to join us on stage.
Could we please have Mr. Varuna Sri Dhanapala, Secretary to the Ministry of Digital Economy, Mr. Bandula Egodage, Chairman of APIIT Sri Lanka, Mr. Hamdi, Ms. Supriya Jangre, Mr. Taviru Hettiarachi, Dr. Hasuli Pereira, and Mr. Mukhtar Riaz. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin with the announcement of the second runner-up.
This team impressed the judges with their effort, clarity, and potential for impact.
The second runner-up of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026 is Kyo Evo from APIIT Kandy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give our second runners-up a warm round of applause. And now we move one step closer to the winning announcement.
Our first runner-up showed strong promise, a compelling venture idea, and the determination needed to take an idea forward.
The first runner-up of Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026. A drum roll, please. Is End of Story, University of Jayawardhanapura. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause.
Congratulations once again, team. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the biggest moment of the day.
One team will now be named the winner of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
One team will carry Sri Lanka forward to the global stage of the Hult Prize later this year.
One team will move closer to the opportunity to compete for the $1 million in seed funding to launch and scale their enterprise.
To every finalist who stood on this stage today, you have already shown courage, talent, and purpose.
But tonight, one team takes the next step.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026. Do we have any guesses? We don't have guesses. Nabil, do you have any guess?
I think we deserve a bigger round of applause for this and a bigger drum roll for this.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026 is... The winner of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026 is Team Novalit, University of Colombo. Congratulations, Team Novalit. You are the winners of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026.
You will now represent Sri Lanka at the global stage of the Hult Prize later this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give our winning team another powerful round of applause. Thank you so much. As we bring this memorable day to a close, it is now time to express our sincere appreciation to everyone who made Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals for the year 2025-2026 possible.
To deliver the vote of thanks, may I invite Ms. Naushadri Singha, Lead Partnership and Collaboration of the Hult Prize Sri Lanka National Committee.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Nuasha Edirisinghe.
Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And tonight is proof of exactly that. Because what we witnessed here today was not a simple competition, but the result of countless individuals coming together with a shared belief in innovation, impact, and the potential of young people to shape a better future. As we come to the close of what has truly been an inspiring evening, it is an absolute privilege on behalf of the Hult Prize National Team Sri Lanka to deliver this vote of thanks. First and foremost, we extend our sincere gratitude to the Hult Prize Foundation for entrusting Sri Lanka with the opportunity to host this global event and for continuing to champion a movement widely recognized as the Nobel Prize for Students. Platforms like these are incredibly important for emerging nations like ours because they create bridges between local talent and global opportunity, empowering young entrepreneurs to think beyond limitations and build solutions with worldwide impact. On that note, we'd like to specially thank Ms. Supriya and Mr. Hamdi, who are key players within the Hult Prize Foundation team, for taking the time to fly down to Sri Lanka and be with us today. Your presence is deeply meaningful to all of us, not only because of the guidance and encouragement you bring, but because it reflects the Foundation's genuine commitment to investing in young change makers and supporting emerging ecosystems like Sri Lanka. Our sincere gratitude also goes to the Ministry of Digital Economy for endorsing and supporting this initiative, as well as its continued effort in advancing innovation and strengthening Sri Lanka's entrepreneurial ecosystem. We also take this opportunity to acknowledge the presence and continued interest of the Ministry of Industry and Entrepreneurship Development for believing in the power of youth-driven innovation and entrepreneurship in Sri Lanka. On that note, we extend our sincere appreciation to the Honourable Deputy Minister, Engineer Eranga Weeraratne, and the Honourable Deputy Minister Chaturanga Abesinghe, and the Secretary of the Ministry of Digital Economy, Mr. Varunasri Dhanapala. Your presence this evening and for your continued support in fostering youth innovation, entrepreneurship, and the next generation of change makers in Sri Lanka. Our deepest appreciation also goes to APIIT Sri Lanka for being an integral part of this journey and for the incredible support and partnership that made tonight's event possible. Special thanks to the chairman of APIIT, Mr. Bandula, head of business school, Dr. Hasuli, senior lecturer, Ms. Himashi, and the marketing team for your guidance, passion, and unwavering support throughout this journey. We would also like to sincerely acknowledge Mr. Chintana and the team at Commercial Credit Training Academy for the venue and the tremendous support extended toward making this event a success. We would also like to extend our sincere appreciation to Slascom, our ecosystem partner, for the invaluable support extended through mentors, judges, and for serving as a strong anchor in help positioning the Hult Prize within Sri Lanka's innovation ecosystem. A special note of thanks to Ms. Chaminda and Mr. Jasim for your guidance, encouragement, and continued support throughout this journey. Our sincere appreciation also goes to the team at Grand Space, our program engaged partner, for the tremendous support extended throughout our pre-event activities and marketing efforts. Special thanks to Mr. Samila, Ms. Nimahani, and Mr. Sasanka for your guidance, coordination, and continued support in helping bring this event to life. To the Hult Prize team at APIIT Sri Lanka, thank you for your unwavering commitment, passion, and countless hours of effort that went into making this event possible. Your dedication, resilience, and teamwork have been truly one of the core pillars behind the success of this journey, and this evening would not have been possible without each and every one of you. To our judges, speakers, mentors, volunteers, media teams, and every individual working tirelessly behind the screens, thank you for making this event meaningful and impactful. And finally, to the Hult Prize National Team Sri Lanka, we extend our deepest appreciation for your unwavering commitment and contribution toward elevating Sri Lankan talent onto the global stage. Through your dedication, collaboration, and relentless effort in working alongside diverse stakeholders, institutions, partners, and communities, you continue to create opportunities for young people across the country to dream bigger, innovate boldly, and showcase the incredible potential Sri Lanka has to offer to the world. To all our finalists here tonight, thank you for having the courage to step forward, share your ideas, and bring your innovations to life. That alone says so much about the kind of leaders and change makers you are becoming. Regardless of the outcome, never stop building, never stop questioning, and never stop believing that your ideas can change lives. Because some of the world's greatest movements once began as simple ideas in a room just like this. Entrepreneurship, whether you're a student just starting out or a seasoned founder, has never been a solo journey. It demands the right ideas, the right resources, and most importantly, the right people walking beside you. This is exactly what Hult Prize stands for. The Hult Prize has always stood for one core belief, that young people, when given the right platform, can turn imagination into global impact. And tonight is a reminder that everything we can now call real once existed only in someone's imagination. So thank you once again for everyone who made this evening unforgettable. Have a wonderful night, and we look forward to seeing the future you create. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nuasha.
Ladies and gentlemen, today we did not simply witness a competition. We witnessed young people taking their first serious steps towards building ventures that can make a difference.
To all participating teams, thank you for taking the leap.
To our judges, mentors, partners, distinguished guests, organizers, volunteers, and supporters, thank you for helping create this platform for Sri Lanka's young entrepreneurs.
And to our winning team, we wish you all the very best as you carry Sri Lanka forward to the global stage of the Hult Prize.
This brings the Hult Prize Sri Lanka Nationals 2025-2026, hosted by APIIT Sri Lanka, to a close.
Thank you, and we wish you all a pleasant evening.